Hello, everyone, and welcome to the sponsor track. Now, not on mute. Um, I'm going to welcome, my name is Karen. I'm going to be your MC for today. And kicking off our sponsor talks is Lior King from Couchbase. Uh,
Hi, good
Hello,
morning.
good morning. How are
How are you
you?
doing? I'm okay. I'm good. So
You
let's kick off.
Let's kick off. I'm
Can you
going
see
to
us,
give you the
guys? Ah,
stage.
great. You can. Right.
Logging off now. See you later.
Yeah. So good morning. Hi, everyone, and welcome to my session, Couchbase. Any scale, any load, always on. My name is Lior King, and I'm a senior solutions engineer at Couchbase. Couchbase was selected as one of the leaders of the NoSQL database market, above much bigger competitors such as Google and AWS. Couchbase can be found in a wide variety of verticals in e-commerce, travel, gaming, financial services, and many more. Our customers span from Fortune 500 companies to small startups. Couchbase is a perfect choice for modern data platforms. It is based on an award-winning, flexible document-based database, and Couchbase can scale out to as many servers as necessary. That enables Couchbase to serve millions of requests per second. Couchbase has one of the fastest caching engines in the market, capable of performing operations within microseconds. And Couchbase is an ideal platform for agile development and continuous deployment. Being a document-based data platform, Couchbase offers a flexible schema for an agile development and your deployment of your system. Couchbase has an internal caching engine that produces incredible performance. It offers linear scalability and data rebalancing within a click of a button. And it is always on with 99.999% availability. But Couchbase is also the only non-relational platform that offers comprehensive support for the SQL language, just like a relational database. And it offers all the known capabilities of SQL, including all kinds of joins, subqueries, aggregations, common table expressions, you name it. Whatever you know about SQL, we have it in our language on a non-relational platform. With Couchbase, you can perform multi-document transactions, also known as ACID transactions. Couchbase has an advanced scalable search engine. If you're familiar with Elasticsearch, we have capabilities that are similar to it. It can perform any kind of analytical query, and you can easily connect Couchbase to BI tools such as Tableau, Power BI, and others. Couchbase offers an advanced data stream processing engine, and it offers an active replication between remote clusters. And that enables you to change the same data in both clusters at the same time, and Couchbase can perform conflict resolution if necessary. Couchbase also offers a mobile solution with a small footprint database that can be installed as a part of your application on your mobile device running iOS or Android. And it can automatically synchronize the data between the mobile device and the central cluster. And Couchbase can manage itself autonomously on Kubernetes. So Couchbase offers various services, and they can be activated on dedicated nodes if you want. That way, you can execute thousands of queries and at the same time perform millions and millions of operations, data changes. That is because the services are not competing with each other over resources such as CPU, memory, and disk. The data changes and the queries are simply executed on different nodes. Every service of Couchbase can be scaled individually, allowing you to utilize your hardware much better and get true linear scalability. We call this capability multi-dimensional scaling, and Couchbase is the only product in the market that offers this capability. Couchbase is the first commercial database company that have released an operator for Kubernetes 2.5 years ago. The Couchbase Autonomous Operator for Kubernetes automates most of the database administration tasks for you, the installation, the upgrade, automatic recovery, automatic backups, replication setup, and many, many other tasks. But the coolest feature is the automatic scaling of the services of Couchbase. That's right, auto scaling. You can configure the conditions of scaling your cluster up or down, and the operator will automatically scale your cluster when these conditions are met. So, of course, 5 minutes cannot really cover a wide solution such as Couchbase. So, you are more than welcome to reach out to me via Discord, hashtag Couchbase sponsor, or by email, lior.king@couchbase.com. And I'll be happy to meet you. So, thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you, Lior. That was a great talk. Yeah, so join us at the Couchbase sponsor channel on Discord. And we are now going to go back to the main channel where events are resuming soon. So head back to the main channel. You can also go to our to the sign up page where you can find places where you can get swag. There are several pickup locations for swag all around Israel. So find the one that is next to you if you want to go grab some really cool swag from our great sponsors. And of course, if you have any Couchbase questions, join the Couchbase sponsor channel on Discord. Our next talk is going to start at 11:10. We're going to have a few really cool talks from AppsFlyer, AWS, and Next Insurance. So be sure to join us then. Thank you very much, and we will see you soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the sponsor track. We're going to kick off this session, the short session of three sponsored talks. The first one is going to be from Apps Flyer by Gil Zellner and Elad Liv. After that, we have AWS, Boss Zinneman, who also sent us a recorded talk. After that, we're going to be hosting Moshe Ben Shoam is going to join us from Next Insurance. He's going to do his talk live. So without further ado,
Okay, cool.
Is it ready?
Yeah, we're recording. Okay, I'm Gil, and today I'm going to talk to you about death by balloons. So these balloons seem like totally innocent, right? They are, we have them at kids' birthdays, and we let our kids play with them, and yeah, it's pretty awesome, right? Pretty harmless. And that's what the city of Cleveland thought in 1986. You see, Cleveland is the Midwest of the United States. It's pretty much flyover country in the sense that people fly over it when they go from Los Angeles to New York. And they wanted to get some attention and raise a bunch of money. So they decided to have an event. By the way, this is before LeBron James, so there's literally nothing at Cleveland at the time. And they had Balloon Fest 1986. They decided to break some records. They released 1.5 million balloons in downtown Cleveland, Ohio, which, sounds pretty cool, right? Lots of balloons flying around. It's going to look very cool. They even got child labor involved in the sense that here's a teenager who had to put Band-Aids on her hands because her hands were so sore from holding all that rubber from the balloons. And they did. They released all those balloons, and it does look awesome, right? Here's another cool glory shot of that. And then it started raining, which didn't play nice with all these balloons which were stuck up in the air like that. It didn't play nice with their airport either, or their docks. And a bunch of fishermen got stuck. One of them died. And to sum this up, doing anything at scale is hard, even the most harmless things you can think of. So how big is your scale? Here at AppsFlyer, we have pretty big scale. We're on 98% of the world's smartphones. We have over 100 billion events per day. We have 16,000 servers. Actually, we have more right now. We have more than 300,000 metrics per second. And here's Elad to tell you a little bit more on how we pipe all that into our system.
So thank you, Gil. So if we are talking about scale, you probably want to mention our team, which is the real-time infrastructure team at the AppsFlyer, where the data is actually flying. So what exactly do we do? Our main goal is to make sure that AppsFlyer blood, or in other words, the data itself, is flowing in our data pipeline and stored in our system. This is a really good illustration of our team. Let's go really quick about the AppsFlyer overview architecture. So here you can see that you have all the mobile devices in the world that are sending the events into our web handler, which is then got ingested into our Kafka clusters. Event is being replicated, read, write, and so on. And each one of the line is basically representing a different flow in our system. So our team is basically responsible for this guy, the Kafka. Kafka is our main component that we are managing. We're also managing all the store operation, which we use Everspike database for. We also have some cache using Redis Memcache. All this magic is being translated into more than 1 million incoming HTTP requests a second. As Gil said, more than 1 billion events per day, and spread across 25 Kafka clusters and more than 20 Everspike clusters. Our team is handling an ingestion rate of more than 10 gigabyte per second on average, and more than 12 gigabyte per second on peak. And our biggest challenge is that everything is happening in real time. So if you want to deal with complex systems and you want to do it like a pro in a crazy scale production environment, we are hiring. Back to you, Gil.
Yeah, so check out our awesome speakers. We have Michael Zion, who spoke at 10:30 a.m. today and should be recording soon. We have Danny Robinson speaking on we keep all that stuff secure at 2:50 p.m. And check out our programming challenge, which is now open. You can win one of 2 sets of Sony Active Noise Canceling True Wireless earphones. I think it's a pretty easy challenge, but I don't know, you show me. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, AppsFlyer. We are now moving on to our next recorded talk by Boaz. Boaz from AWS. He's not able to join us today, but he did send a recorded talk. So without further ado, let's get Boaz talk started. Sorry guys, we're having some audio issues. 1 second. Sorry. Let's restart. Boz's talk. All right.
Cloud cost saving is a huge topic. What can you learn about it in 5 minutes? My name is Boaz Zinman from AWS. And if you join me for the next 12 minutes and 50 seconds, you will learn a cool solution to save you some of your cloud cost. So let's look at an architecture that is very, very common to a lot of our users, a basic web app that is running on Elastic Beanstalk. It has some database in the backend. It uses some S3 buckets and some additional services. In addition to this production environment, we have a development environment that is being used by our developers to develop and run the code. But do I need this environment running 24/7? Do I need to pay for it to run 24/7, 7 days a week? And the answer is obviously not. And in this presentation, I'm going to show you how to save a lot of money by taking this environment and maybe other environments that you don't need 24/7 down when you're not using them. So let's go and save some shekels. So we have a solution called AWS Instance Scheduler. And this one is going to save you a lot of money. You can install this one on your account. I want to show you in a second how to do that. And by using tags, you can define tags for specific instances or RDS instances, EC2 instances that will bring those instances down and up based on schedule. So this is a page with all the definitions and how to install it on your account. I already did it on my account. And after you install it, everything that you need to manage regarding Instance Scheduler is basically inside the DynamoDB table. So I have a table here with definitions for my general config, periods that I'm going to use, and specific schedules. So I defined a period called office hours, Israeli office hours. So it will begin at 9 a.m. if you start your work at 9 a.m. and end at 5:30 p.m. It will be based on weekdays for Israel, Sunday to Thursday. And I'm going to use it later on to define my specific schedules. So after I have my period, I can go and define the schedule. I've defined a schedule called IL office hours. It's going to use the period I defined earlier on with office hours. Once again, 9 a.m., 5:30 p.m. Time zone is going to be Jerusalem for Israel. And then I can start and define and use this specific schedule for my different instances. So I'm doing the definition in DynamoDB. After I'm done, I need to go and implement those tags for my specific instances. So as I told you before, my application is running on Elastic Beanstalk. I have two environments. So one is my production environment, the live one, and the other one is my test environment. My test environment is my development environment as well. You can see the configuration. It will spin up some instances. It has a definition for capacity, minimum number of instances, maximum number of instances, based on what I need. To apply the schedule on this environment, I actually need to go and define a tag for this environment. So here I define a tag called schedule. The key is always going to be schedule. And I added a value, which is one of the schedules I defined in DynamoDB, IL office hours. And after I implement this tag, and my system is going to update the environment, all my EC2 instances that are in the test environment are going to get this tag. So you can see this is my EC2 instance, schedule, IL office hours. It's basically going to use this specific schedule. If I'm going to monitoring and showing the last 12 hours, you can see that my instance started at 7 a.m. UTC, which is 9 a.m. Israeli time, exactly based on my schedule. If I'm going to wait until 5:30 p.m., you're going to see this specific instance going down, once again, based on this definition. Of course, it's not setting anything for my production environment, so I can decide which instances are getting this tag and which not. Only instances with this tag are going to be used for this specific scheduler, and this is what I do for my EC2 instances. I can do exactly the same thing for my RDS instance, for my database, for my development database. So going to my database dashboard, you can see that I have two databases. One is my production, and the other one is my DevDB. I'm going to go to tags and define the exact same tag. Obviously, I can do other schedules for my database if I need to do something like that. In my case, I want to have exactly the same definition. Once again, going to monitoring, last 12 hours. And as you can see, it started at 9 a.m. Israeli time. And in a week, there are 168 hours. But I'm going to pay only for 42.5 hours. This is almost 75% saving. So this is simple and cool. And there are a lot of other cost-saving options on AWS that you should look into. And some of them are on this slide. The link to the Instance Scheduler is here as well. And I hope you're going to save some money. I hope you enjoyed this talk. Contact me for any questions. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Awesome. Okay, so this was a great talk from AppsFlyer, and we now have Moshe Ben-Sham joining us. Moshe is from Next Insurance. Welcome, Moshe. You are live.
Hi.
How are you?
שלום לכולם, תודה שנשארתם להקשיב להרצאה הקצרה שלי על Next ואיך אנחנו עושים DevOps. אז קצת על Next Insurance, אנחנו חברת סטארט-אפ טכנולוגית בתחום האינשורטק, חברה הוקמה על ידי 3 יזמים ישראלים בשנת 2016. מה שאנחנו עושים למעשה זה למכור פוליסות לעסקים קטנים בארצות הברית, בתהליך שהוא מהיר, נגיש ובמחיר שעסקים קטנים יכולים לעמוד בו. בחברה שלנו הושקעו עד היום למעלה מ$630 מיליון, כשההשקעה האחרונה הובלה על ידי קרן ההשקעות של גוגל, ולפיה שווי החברה הוא מעל $2 מיליארד. חשוב לי להדגיש משהו שלפעמים טיפה מבלבל לאנשים ששומעים פעם ראשונה על Next Insurance. המוצר הטכנולוגי שלנו הוא פלטפורמת ביטוח מקצה לקצה, אנחנו לא מוכרים פוליסות של חברות אחרות, אנחנו מוכרים את המוצרים של Next, אנחנו תומכים בלקוחות שלנו, מלווים אותם וגם משלמים להם את התביעות כשצריך, ואת כל זה בנינו מסקרץ' תוך 4 שנים, תוך שימוש בטכנולוגיות עדכניות, מתודולוגיות פיתוח ודאב-אופס עדכניות. אנחנו מאמינים שטכנולוגיה היא אלמנט קריטי בהצלחה של Next, והיא מה שמאפשר לחברה למעשה להתקדם, לבנות ולהשיק מוצרים חדשים במהירות ולכבוש עוד ועוד נתחי שוק. אז טיפה עליי, אז אני משה, אני ראש צוות אינפרסטרקצ'ר ודאב-אופס ב-Next, הצטרפתי לפני כ9 חודשים, הצוות שלי מונה כ4 אנשים, אנחנו אוטוטו גדלים ל6 ואנחנו מגייסים עוד. בתחום האחריות שלנו כל מה שקשור לגיט, CI/CD, תשתיות ענן לפיתוח, סטייג'ינג, פרודקשן, מוניטורינג, לוגינג, ובקיצור כל מה שמפתח צריך כדי לעבוד. אתם יכולים לראות פה טיפה מהטכנולוגיות שאנחנו משתמשים בהן. Next נולדה בענן, אנחנו משתמשים בעיקר ב-AWS, אפשר לראות פה חלק מהשירותים שאנחנו משתמשים בהם, אנחנו משתמשים בג'נקיס ל-CI/CD, בגיטהאב עבור קוד רפוזיטורי כמובן, אנחנו מאמינים שכל התשתיות צריכות להיות כתובות ב-Infrastructure as Code, לכן אנחנו משתמשים בעיקר בטרפורם, כ-DevOps אנחנו עובדים המון עם פייתון ובאש, המפתחים שלנו בבקאנד עובדים עם קוטלין בעיקר, שמי שלא מכיר שפה מעולה שרצה על גבי ה-JVM, ובפרונט-אנד אנחנו עובדים עם אנגולר, Node.js. בתחום הוויזיביליטי אנחנו עובדים עם פרומיטיוס וגרפנה למוניטורינג, יגר לטרייסינג, ואת הלוגים שלנו אנחנו שולחים ל-Logs.io. אחד האתגרים היותר מעניינים שלנו בתור DevOps הוא למעשה להרים עבור כל מפתח סביבת בדיקות שלמה בתוך namespace של קוברנטיס, שם למעשה הוא יכול לבדוק את השינויים שלו מקצה לקצה, ה-namespace הזה מכיל את כל המערכת כמעט, וכל זה כשהוא עדיין בברנץ' שלו, וזה מאפשר לו לדחוף למאסטר את השינויים שלו ברמת ביטחון גבוהה מאוד. מבחינתנו כ-DevOps הקלאסטר הזה הוא פרודקשן לכל דבר, כי אם הוא למטה כל הפיתוח עוצר, וכמו שאתם יודעים, זמן פיתוח הוא אחד מהמשאבים היקרים יותר שיש לנו כחברות שפתחות תוכנה, אם לא היקר ביותר, והוא גם קלאסטר מאוד מעניין, כי הוא חי ונושם, זה קלאסטר מאוד אלסטי ודינמי, והדרישות של המפתחים ממנו מאוד מאוד גבוהות. בהמשך תהליך ה-CI/CD שלנו, לאחר המרג' למאסטר, הקומיטים של המפתחים נכנסים לפייפליין אוטומטי לגמרי, ואם הכל עובר בשלום, מפתח שמרג'ג' למאסטר, ימצא את השינוי שלו בפרודקשן בתוך זמן מאוד מאוד קצר. המפתחים שלנו מאוד מאוד אוהבים את התהליך הזה, כי הוא בעצם עוזר להם לעשות אימפקט מהר יותר, ואני חושב שבסופו של דבר זה מה שכולנו מחפשים. אז אמנם לנקסט יש לנו תשתיות יציבות וטובות, אבל גם יש לנו ויז'ן מאוד ברור על פיתוח של התשתיות האלה קדימה. אנחנו כבר בעיצומו של פרויקט מאוד מאוד גדול, שמדבר על פירוק של החשבון שלנו באמזון, החשבון הראשי שלנו, לחשבונות יותר קטנים. זה יאפשר לנו רמת סקיוריטי גבוהה יותר, אמצעים נוחים יותר לשלוט בתשתיות שלנו ולנטר אותם. אנחנו גם מתכננים להשקיע המון בנושא DR, להגיע שם לרמה גבוהה מאוד, וזה, כמו שאתם יודעים, דורש אוטומציה ברמה מתאימה. וקצת נגעתי בנושא ה-Dev Velocity, גם שם אנחנו משקיעים המון, אבל יש לנו תוכניות להשקיע, ולהוריד עוד בולטנקס, ולהאיץ עוד ועוד את תהליך הפיתוח. כל ההשקעה הזאת והוויז'ן הזה בעצם מהווה עבור האנשים שלנו הזדמנות להתפתח, ללמוד תחומים חדשים, לקחת על עצמם יותר ויותר אחריות, שמשמעותה בסופו של דבר השפעה גדולה יותר. אנחנו עושים את זה באמצעות תקציב וזמן פיתוח אישי לכל אחד מהמפתחים שלנו ואנשי הדב-אופס, בונים תוכנית, נותנים להם את הזמן ואת התקציב, לפתח את עצמם ולהתקדם. אז זהו, זה למעשה כל מה שרציתי לספר לכם על Next Insurance היום. אני רק רוצה להוסיף שאנחנו תמיד מחפשים אנשים טובים שיצטרפו אלינו, נבחרנו לאחרונה לאחד מ10 הסטארט-אפים שהכי שווה לעבוד בהם ב-2020, אז ממש ממש שווה לנסות, אני ממליץ לכם להציץ בעמוד המשרות הפתוחות שלנו, מקווים לראות אתכם, תודה רבה על ההקשבה.
תודה רבה משה, יופי של שיחה. מגניב. This concludes our second sponsor session. We are going to resume broadcasting in the main channel, so join it if you can. I will and we will be back in about 1 hour. So be sure to stay with us for some more awesome talks from our sponsors. At 12:10, we're going to have a recorded talk from Aerospike. And then at 1, we have another sponsor session. So thank you for joining us. See you in the main track. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the sponsor track. We are back, and now we are going to go. We're going to have a short intro with Oshat and Zoal, who will be showing us, and then we'll be moving on to a recorded talk. So let's welcome Oshat and Zoal.
Hi, everyone. My name is Oshrat from Aerospike Israel.
And I'm Zohar, a solution architect in Aerospike.
Welcome, guys. Yeah, do you want to tell us a little bit about your talk and Aerospike?
We're going to show you a magic show today, and we have an award-winning quiz for you at our Discord channel. So you are very welcome to join our channel at Aerospike Sponsor. And today we're going to talk about Aerospike NoSQL database, scalable database, reliable, super fast, and easy to manage.
Awesome.
Awesome. On with the show.
On with the show. All right. So let's move on to the recording. Thank you guys for joining us. Stay put. So we're going to have a short Q&A afterwards. Please send us questions in the Discord channel so Oshat and Zoal can take them from there. And as they said, there's a really cool challenge. So be sure to join us on Discord. And now we will be starting the video of the recording of the talk. Sorry, we're having some audio issues. 1 second. I will be restarting it.
בסדר. היי זוהר, מה העניינים?
היי אושרת, מה קורה?
בסדר. נהנית פה מהכנס, אתה יודע, איזה כיף. ראיתי בכותרת של ההרצאה שאתה מנסה להראות איזה קסם היום?
כן, יש לי קסם שקשור בבסיסי נתונים. מה היית אומרת אם הייתי מראה לך דאטאבייס של כמעט 2 טרה, שעושה 500,000 פעולות בשנייה בביצועים של סאב מיליסקנד, אבל מבלי להשתמש כמעט בזיכרון?
מידת אמינות נמוכה מאוד, אבל בוא תסביר לי על מה אתה מדבר.
אוקיי, אז בוא נניח שיש לנו אפליקציה עם 700 מיליון יוזר פרופייל, של כמעט 2 טרה של דאטה. ובואי נניח שבשביל לתת מענה לאפליקציה שלנו, אנחנו צריכים ש100% מהפרופילים יהיו זמינים כל הזמן וכמה שיותר מהר. למה? כי אנחנו עושים מאות אלפי קריאות וכתיבות בשנייה, ואנחנו לא יודעים מה הפרופיל הבא שנצטרך. מה נעשה?
אוקיי, זה די פשוט, היום אין לי ברירה, ואני אשתמש ב-in-memory database ובקש. מלא קש.
רגע, אבל למה לשים את זה בזיכרון?
מה זאת אומרת זוהר, latency וביצועים יציבים? אם אני עושה מאות אלפי קריאות וכתיבות בשנייה, אז אין לי ממש ברירה, לא? אם אני לא אשים את זה בזיכרון, אז חלק מהדברים מצד אחד יחזרו לי מהר מאוד, אבל חלק יחזרו לאט, וזה עלול ליצור לי בעיית יציבות באפליקציה. כמו שאמרת קודם, אני לא יכולה באמת לחזות מראש מה הפרופיל הבא שאני אצטרך. הבעיה שלי עם in-memory היא שזיכרון הוא מצרך מאוד יקר, מורכב לניהול וגם ממש לא סקיילבילי. זוהר, איך עושים סקייל לדבר כזה בכלל?
אפשר להשתמש בקלאסטר.
אבל, אוקיי, שנייה. אם אני מנסה לבנות קלאסטר בזיכרון, ואז נופל נוד, אז אני מאבדת מידע, ואני לא נמצאת במצב שאני יכולה להרשות לעצמי לאבד מידע, שלא לדבר על הפגיעה בביזנס ובאיכות השירות. נו זוהר, איפה הקסם?
אוקיי, הקסם שלי נקרא Aerospike, דאטאבייס קלאסטר NoSQL חדשני, מהיר וסקיילבילי. עם Aerospike אפשר להחזיק דאטה בכל סקייל, מג'יגות לפטות, וזה מבלי להיות תלויים בשמירת מידע בזיכרון או בקש. ואני אתן לך דוגמה. הנה קלאסטר שבמקרה הכינותי מראש ב-AWS. בקלאסטר הזה יש לי 700 מיליון אובייקטים. הם תופסים בסביבות ה2 טרה, ולמרות שהקלאסטר הזה עושה מעל 500,000 פעולות בשנייה, הוא נמצא ב-99.95% מהפעולות בפחות מ1 מיליסקנד. בפועל, הקלאסטר הזה מנצל רק 84 גיגה של זיכרון בכל הקלאסטר. זה פחות מ5% מכמות המידע שלך, כולל רפליקיישן פקטור 2. נו, אז איך הקסם שלי עד עכשיו?
קשה לי להאמין, אין מצב. היום אני צריכה טרות של זיכרון בשביל ביצועים כאלה. אז זה בטח נורא יקר, לא?
לא, ממש טוב. זה קלאסטר צנוע של 6 נודים מסוג C5AD, 4 XLR, שעולים רק $1,900 בחודש. וזה לפני הנחות של אמזון. מבחינת חומרה, מדובר על קלאסטר צנוע שיש לו בכל השרתים ביחד 192 גיגה דירם, ו3.5 טרה של מקום.
די זוהר, נו, פתרון כזה צריך להיות הרבה יותר יקר, והרבה יותר מסובך, ואתה מדבר איתי על 6 שרתים, שיש להם ביחד 192 גיגה-רם?
נו, אני הבטחתי לך קסם, אבל אני אגלה לך איך זה עובד. הקסם של אירוספייק טמון בעובדה שהוא לא מבוסס על מידע שנמצא בזיכרון בכלל. באירוספייק אנחנו שמים רק את האינדקס בזיכרון, ואת המידע אנחנו שמים על דיסק מסוג פלאש, כלומר SSD או NVMe. בזכות הפטנטים הרשומים הקשורים לאופטימיזציה של השימוש בסטורג' והגישה הישירה לדיסקים, אנחנו ממקסימים את הביצועים של המכונות, ומאפשרים להוציא מהחומרה 100% מהיכולות שלה.
אז מה שאתה אומר לי בעצם זה שאירוספייק יכול לתת לי ביצועים של קאש, אבל עם פרסיסטנט של דאטאבייס, וכל הדבר הזה בסאב מיליסקנד, ובלי להסתמך על זיכרון בכלל?
בדיוק ככה. אירוספייק הוא Key Value Database מבוסס דיסקים שנותן ביצועים מהירים ויציבים בכל גודל. תחשבי למשל איזה ערך מוסף זה יכול לתת לביזנס, לדוגמה, לשמור הרבה יותר מידע, לזמן ארוך יותר, לשפר את ה-SLA או לאפשר לגרום דאטה פוינטס בחלום קצר יותר.
אוקיי, אבל בטוח יש קאץ'. זה הניהול. זוהר, בטח הניהול של זה סופר מסובך. אוקיי, יש לי שאלה אליך. מה יקרה כשאני ארצה לעשות סקייל? אם למשל יש לי צפי של 50% גדילה, ואני אעלה למיליארד פרופילים, אז מה יקרה לקלאסטר הזה אם אני אעלה עכשיו ל-750,000 פעולות בשנייה?
זו שאלה מצוינת. הקלאסטר של אירוספייק בנוי עם יכולות מולטי-ת'רד ומאסיבלי פרלל, ויש לו יכולת של סלף-פילינג וריבלנס אוטומטי באונליין. זה אומר שאירוספייק מאפשר לנו לבצע סקיילינג בצורה פשוטה, צפויה ולינארית, ואפשר להוכיח את זה בקלות. זוכרת את הקסם מקודם?
לא.
מכיוון שאנחנו תלויים בחומרה צפויה כמו דיסקים, אנחנו יודעים לחזות במדויק עבור כל מכונה את הביצועים שלה מראש, ובכך להבטיח predictable performance את any scale.
זוהר, תסביר.
אוקיי, אם ניקח את הקלאסטר שדיברנו עליו ונגדיל אותו למיליארד אובייקטים, ו-750,000 פעולות בשנייה, אז בסך הכל צריך להוסיף רק עוד 2 שרתים, וגם אז, על יותר מ-2.5 טרה של מידע, משתמש רק ב-120 גיגה של זיכרון. אז את יודעת מה? הנה עוד קסם. אם אחר כך תרצי להקטין את הקלאסטר הזה בחזרה, זה לגמרי אפשרי, ובכלל לא בעיה.
זוהר, אני מודה שאני קצת פחות סקפטית, אבל תגיד, אפשר לדבר עם, זה עובד בפרודקשן? אפשר לדבר עם לקוחות?
בטח. סיפורי לקוחות יש לנו בלי סוף. אם תרצי, אשלח לך גם את ה-TCO, וגם מקשר אותך עם לקוחות ממליצים בישראל, או בכלל, בכל העולם. גם לעשות דמו בלייב, זה נורא קל.
אוקיי, אז מה היה לנו עד עכשיו? דאטאבייס, NoSQL, סופר מהיר, סופר סקלבילי, פשוט לניהול, אמין, ומבלי להסתמך על זיכרון. עכשיו אני הולכת לבדוק את זה לעומק, ולצפות בלייב דמו שזוהר הבטיח לי כרגע. אם גם אתם לא מאמינים לקסם הזה, וגם אתם רוצים לראות דמו חי, דברו איתי ונבדוק את זה יחד. מה אתם אומרים? תודה לכם, תודה זוהר.
תודה שרת.
ביי.
מדהים. אושרת וזוהר. תודה לכם. אוי, רגע, אתם על מיוט?
היי!
עכשיו שומעים אתכם.
אהבתם את
I
התיאטרון?
forgot to mention that the talk was going to be in Hebrew.
No one says we should do it in English, sorry.
No, it's all good, אנחנו גם בעברית, יש לנו כמה וכמה טוקס היום שהולכים להיות בעברית. יופי של קסם.
תודה.
ממש.
לייב דמו.
האמת שיש מצב. יש משהו שאתם רוצים להוסיף? היירינג או איפה to contact, כאילו?
האמת שיש לנו מרכז פיתוח פה בתל אביב. יש לנו הרבה מאוד משרות פתוחות, עם הרבה תקנים לכל משרה, אנחנו סופר נשמח לקבל אנשים איכותיים להצטרף לעבוד איתנו, מבטיחים גם סוואגים שווים כאלה, סוואטשרטים וכל מיני דברים חמודים. יש לנו גם משרות לצוות הפיתוח וגם משרות לצוות של ה-Cloud Operations, הצוות הגלובלי של ה-Managed Service שיושב פה בישראל. אז אנחנו נשלח בעמוד שלנו גם את הקישור לכל המשרות הפתוחות, ונשמח לקבל קורות חיים טובים.
מדהים, אני מקווה שתקבלו הרבה קורות חיים טובים, הסוואג שלכם באמת שווה, יש לי מחברת של אירוספייק שהולכת איתי.
המחברת הזאת.
אני חושבת שזה DevOps Days של, כן, זאתי עם הלגו, כן, כן, היא מצוינת, היא גם בדיוק בגודל.
מי שממש רוצה כזאת מחברת, אז יכול גם לכתוב לנו, ואנחנו נמצא את הדרך שזה יגיע אליו.
מדהים, אז כן, כולם לערוץ דיסקורד של אירוספייק. מה, סליחה?
נזכיר גם את השיחה של נטלי מהצוות של ה-Developer Engagement אצלנו, שהיא תהיה היום בסביבות 4:20, כן.
כן. ונטלי גם תריץ חידון בערוץ הדיסקורד שלנו, זה חידון נושא פרסים, יש פרסים שווים, אז אתם מוזמנים להצטרף להשטג אירוספייק.
ספונסר.
מדהים.
תודה רבה.
ביי,
יום מקסים.
יום טוב. We're now going to go back to the main track, go to the other video. We'll be back on our next break at 1 o'clock. All right.
I think you're muted, sorry.
I've been muted all this time.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so I was talking about swag. We are going to give away swag. I was saying that everyone can go to our Eventbrite page and select a station where they can actually pick up the swag. But yeah, so it's good to see. Good that you're here.
Thank you.
Do you want to just get started with your talk?
Sure.
And everyone watching is welcome to join us at the Discord channel and post your questions there. We'll be answering them. So please, Philip, the stage is yours.
Thanks a lot. Hi, I'm Philip. Those who don't know me, I'm based in Vienna, Austria. So virtual events can be fun because I can just do a talk in Tel Aviv today. So I want to show you or discuss, let's say it's a discussion point about what is great about monolithic applications. And I know we have all been discussing how bad monolithic applications are and that you want to do microservices. But there are also upsides to not breaking up things into very small pieces. So the monolithic application that I want to talk about is Elasticsearch. Maybe you're already using it, good. If not, maybe we have a use case for us, let us know. So the first question that people might say, like, well, is Elasticsearch even something that is not a microservice, or is it like really a proper monolith? And looking at the lines of code and how much is there, I would say it's definitely not in a microservice area of how much code there is. So we are close to 2 million lines of Java code by now, plus lots of other stuff in that repository. So let's assume this is definitely not a microservice. What is great about this? It's one single repository. Granted, it will take a little while to clone it, but once you have cloned it, you're pretty much done. You don't need any extra tooling to sync multiple repositories. You have atomic commits, so if you change anything, it's all there in one place. It's just one pull request away. You don't need to have anything in sync between different repositories and branches. Just go ahead, like Git is easy to use with a single repository. There's only one single version. You don't need to kind of like take care of like, how do I mix and match like these 20 services that they form one unique combination that actually makes sense together. There is just one version you can actually play along with. There is one single build, like to build the entire thing. Well, you change into the directory, and then since this is using Gradle, you just run Gradle assemble, and this is it. Again, it will take a little while until that one is done, but it's still from an operational perspective here, it's very easy to just build the entire binary in one single go. There's also one single endpoint that you can use to talk to. So it's not complicated to figure out where is what running and how do I talk to it. Well, there's one thing and you can talk to that because, well, it's just one monolith. It's also only one single process, so it is easy to monitor that process. If you want to debug it, you can just attach your debugger to that one single process, and you don't have to worry about like, oh, what are all these services that are running? Which ones do I need to instrument or debug right now? There's just one process that you can talk to, and well, it does scale. So you can just multiply that single monolith and run that multiple times, and that just works. And you will need at least 3. So for example, 2 would be very bad because it needs this majority quorum, but it does just scale, and you can just multiply the monolith n times to have n times the capacity. Even with different profiles, so you could say, this node is something that is more optimized for having lots of data stored in it, and this one is doing for this other node is doing something very quickly. So I want to have less storage, but give it more CPU memory and faster disks, for example. So you can just run it with different profiles. It's still the same binary and thing, even though you don't need to differentiate between that. You don't have any external dependencies, like you want to run Zookeeper on the side. Probably you don't really want to do that. Maybe you're used to doing that, but it's not necessary. The monolith just has everything that you need. Though there are, of course, some downsides, which nobody wants to hide. It's an all or nothing upgrade. So you cannot just say like, oh, I'll just have these few versions or canaries that are being updated to the next version, and then the rest will run in an old version. That's not really that simple, or the approach that you want to use for this one here. You can also not say like, oh, there is this feature subset, like this little thing here is nice. I'll just take that service and reuse it somewhere else. While you can take the code and try to reuse it, it's not just a little service that you can take and move elsewhere or break out of the monolith easily. There's also no simple mode where you say, oh, just to get started, I'll leave out half of the services and I just still have something that is working. It's pretty much the monolith or not the monolith. Like, it's not easy to break it out and run it multiple ways. Though there is like a development and production mode to make it easier to get started locally, and then enforce more stricter rules and sets for a production setup. What is right and what is wrong? I'm not telling you that you must use a monolith today, because, well, that would probably be very unpopular. It's just like there are nice attributes in a monolith, like having this big monolithic version of Elasticsearch running in one piece doing everything. There might be, depending on the situation, some right or wrong. But there are definitely upsides to having this one piece of software running everything together. That's it. Welcome to my pep talk about, well, monoliths. We can discuss what you think about them. And it's fine to hate monoliths. You don't need to like them, but they do have their advantages, and I think they still have their place. Thanks a lot for joining, and I'll see you on Discuss.
Thank you, Philip. Do you have anything else that you would like to add? Like, what's new with Elastic? Are you guys hiring? Anywhere else you would like to send our...
We are always hiring, like most other companies. So yeah, we have a couple of colleagues in Israel. So if you're keen on that, let us know. Though normally we are mostly interested in the product. So if you have any product specific questions or things, just let us know and come to us. So yeah, I don't like pitching so much. You have seen all the pitches, you know the stuff. Just come for the questions.
Amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have a talk from Noam Mo from Vonage. Noam will be joining us in a second. Hi, Noam.
Hey, how are you? Very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. It's good to have you.
Good to be here.
Are you ready to start? Is there anything that you want to open with? Tell us a little bit about what you do.
Yeah, sure. So this is going to be a super quick talk, a little bit different than other talks being provided here. What I do, I'm a conversation designer, which is basically working on voice interfaces or voice UI. And I design human to chatbot interactions, some sort, on the voice channel. So I'm here to talk about conversation design. Obviously, this is what I do.
Obviously.
So, yeah, I wanted to give you some tips for creating meaningful voice interactions. Are you able to see my screen?
Yeah, we see your screen, and I'm going to drop off and leave you with the stage. So go ahead, Noam.
Thank you very much, Karen. So voice, right? That's like the easiest way or the most prominent way for us to convey ideas, thoughts, and actually get stuff done. That's the easiest way for us to communicate with one another. But only in recent years, we were able to do so with machines or with computers, right? So up until now, we're able to speak with one another, but not so much with machines. So recently, there's a big conversational AI boom, right? Everyone wants to jump on the wagon, create the best platform ever to design conversations, the drag and drop interfaces. And I feel like for a lot of developers, this would be a really amazing addition to their toolkit, basically, of abilities on how to create meaningful conversations. And when I say meaningful conversations, I mean creating something that will actually drive values, either to businesses or just to end users. We have Alexa skills and Siri and contact centers that are using automation or voice automation. So this is what I do, and I'm here to talk a little bit about that. So 3 key things that I want to cover today. So the first one is, before you start a project, you should actually know your users. And when I mean know your users, you need to use a unique tone, language, and catchphrases for each and one of them individually. You need to give them the feeling that they're not conversing with a bot, basically, but actually speaking with a human. So I got 3 examples here. We have Avi, she's 54, Danny, he's 19, and Tzipi, she's 84. Each one of them has their own attributes. And when I design a conversation, I would like to address each and one of them a little bit differently, just to speak in their own language, kind of like conversing with a human, right? So for Avi, I would go with, I can help you with that. 1 moment, please. For Danny, I would go with, sure thing, boss. I'll get that info in a sec. And for Tzipi, no problem at all. I'll go ahead and fetch that for you. So once again, you need to create a unique tone and address the user in the correct language. Second part is when I'm designing a conversation, when I'm writing a bot, basically a script, then we need to keep 2 things in mind. One, obviously, we all know that content is king, but context is the queen. So we need to keep both of them in mind when we design a conversation. So we need to get stuff done by driving the shortest way to action. I'm not talking about creating long and complicated flows. People would just usually tend to want to get what they need to do as soon as possible. So for this example, a caller calls in a clinic, let's say, we welcome them, and we also, because we have the number and we can identify them, we can identify them by a name. So I would say, welcome to Astrid Clinic, Jerry, for example, this is our caller. Are you calling about your upcoming appointment with Dr. Levi? So I already have the data pulled from Salesforce or any other CRM and actually drive the shortest way to action. So they may say, I need to reschedule my appointment. Do you have something available on the 23rd? So I need to understand that the 23rd refers to December, right? Because this is the current time. So when I'm saying context, that's exactly what I mean. So December 23rd, 10 a.m., does that work? That's just one example. One important thing to also keep in mind is you need to avoid loops and keep the conversation going. So this is especially about context. A caller may say, I'm calling to check the status of my order. It's been 2 weeks already. The virtual agent will say, what is your order number, please? And it will expect a number, right? Or a serial number, something like that. But the caller may also say something like, where can I find it? I need to understand that it refers to the order number. And also, I shouldn't expect just to get a number. I should also expect to get those type of responses as well and address it accordingly. And the third part, we need to fall back gracefully. We will still have conversations that we are unable to understand what a user wants due to lack of training or something like that. But please, please, please try to avoid those type of sentences. I'm not sure I understand. Can you please rephrase? Can you please repeat that? Please rephrase your question so I'll be able to understand, which is basically the worst. I'm not going to give you one magic sentence because this is high.
Oops, looks like we're having some technical difficulties. Noam just dropped off. Let's give it a moment and see if he returns. And if not, I guess we will be moving on to the next talk, which is a shame because it was a very interesting talk. I'm sure the next one is going to be interesting as well. We have Lev. So Lev is the CTO of TerraSky, and he will be joining me right now. Hi,
Hey.
Lev.
היי קרן, how are you? האמת אנחנו עושים את זה בעברית, אז
יאללה, בוא נעשה את זה בעברית.
מגניב.
יש משהו שאתה רוצה להגיד, או נקפוץ ישר למצגת? תרצה להציג את עצמך?
בוא נקפוץ ישר למצגת.
אז בבקשה, אני משאירה אותך פה עם הבמה.
מגניב. אז בוא נדבר על Enterprise Grade Kubernetes, אבל לפני זה בוא נדבר על TerraSky Cloud and DevOps. כמו שאתם מבינים, אנחנו מתעסקים ב-Cloud and DevOps, אנחנו עוזרים ללקוחות שלנו לבנות פתרונות שהם יציבים, מאובטחים וקל מאוד לתחזק אותם. אנחנו כמובן מגייסים, ואנחנו שותפים של כל החברות האלה למטה. עכשיו, אני אדבר היום על 3 מוצרים, שזה TKG, Google Anthos ו-OpenShift, משתי סיבות. אחד, לקוחות שלנו, Enterprise, חיפשו פתרון שאפשר להתקין אותו on-prem, וזה בדיוק הם. דבר שני, אנחנו עבדנו עם 3 הפתרונות האלה, וכל השיחה כאן תהיה בעצם איזשהו ניסיון אמיתי שלנו. אז כשאנחנו מדברים על זה, אנחנו מתחילים מאיך אנחנו מתקינים אותם, ואיך אנחנו מתחזיקים את הפתרונות האלה. אז TKG בעצם קל נורא להתקין אותו עם Cluster API, הוא מרים מכונות שהן pre-provisioned, מרכיב Kubernetes Cluster, את כל הדבר הזה אני מגדיר בתוך איזשהו אובייקט שהוא Kubernetesי, לגמרי Infrastructure as Code, וקל לעבוד עם זה. אנטוס עובד עם אותה צורה, יש לו כלי שהוא בעצם עוטף את Cluster API ונותן לנו חוויה דומה. OpenShift מגיע עם משהו שנקרא Installer, בעצם משהו שעוטף Terraform, זה עושה provision ל-infrastructure, ואז תהליך של ignition פורס לזה software ומחבר את זה לתוך הקלאסטר. הדבר השני זה אם אנחנו נוכל להריץ את זה בעצם בענן, וכמה זה יהיה שקוף. אז TKG אפשר להריץ ב-AWS, באז'ור, זה די אותה חוויה, עובד באותה צורה. גוגל אותו דבר, הוא רץ לא רק בענן של גוגל, הוא רץ גם באמזון, גם באז'ור, ו-OpenShift כמובן גם, ובנוסף אפשר לצרוך את OpenShift גם כשירות SaaS. אם אנחנו מדברים על Self-Service Provisioning, איך מפתח יכול ליצור אובייקטים בצורה קלה דרך UI, אז ב-VMware יש לנו VMware Octant, איזשהו UI נוח, בגוגל יש את המבנה יש את ה-UI שמובנה בתוך Google Cloud Platform, דרך GKUI, ו-OpenShift מגיע עם דשבורד מאוד יפה, יש לו פרספקטיב של אדמין, פרספקטיב של דבלופר, כלי מאוד מאוד נוח. הדבר השני שכמובן Enterprise דואגים לו זה Security, אז כאן יש לנו את האספקט של איך אנחנו מבטיחים אימג'ים וקונטיינרים, תנזו בעצם מגיע עם Harbor, שזה Image Repository שיודע לסרוק, אנחנו יכולים להגדיר Image Policy שאומר מאיזה מקום אנחנו יכולים לפרוס אימג'ים על הקונטיינרים שלנו, וכמובן שזה מגיע עם עוד Security Policy של Kubernetes. אנטוס מגיע גם כן עם יכולת לסרוק אימג'ים מתוך ה-Container Registry שלו, הוא מגיע עם Binary Authorization, שמאפשר לנו לוודא ש-Best Practices ממומשים ואנחנו פורסים את זה ממקומות שאנחנו סומכים, ו-OpenShift הוא הכי מחמיר by-default, מונע מקונטיינרים לרוץ עם root, מגיע עם Container Compliance Operator, עם File Integrity Operator, ביכולות שמובנים בתוך OpenShift עצמו. עכשיו, במולטי-קלאסטר מנג'מנט אנחנו בעצם רוצים לוודא שכל מה שאנחנו הגדרנו מבחינת סקיוריטי, אנחנו יכולים להחל על כל הקלאסטרים שלנו. וזה בדיוק מה שתנזו מישן קונטרול נותן לנו, אנחנו כל היכולות האלה יכולים לעשות apply על כל הקלאסטרים. באנטוס יש לנו בעצם את אנטוס קונפיג מנג'ר שנותן לנו את אותה החוויה, רק בצורת גיטופס, אנחנו עושים קומיט של האובייקטים לתוך איזשהו גיט ריפוזיטורי, וזה הכל applied לקלאסטרים השונים שלנו, בין אם זה קונפיגורציה, בין אם זה open policy agent. ו-OpenShift מגיע עם Advanced Cluster Manager, גם כן יכול לשלוט בקלאסטרים שלי, להתקין אותם, לפרוס עליהם compliance ו-software. הדבר בעצם האחרון זה, בסופו של דבר כשיש לנו Kubernetes, אנחנו רוצים לוודא, אנחנו רוצים להריץ על זה איזשהו סופטוור, יש לנו שני סוגים של סופטוור, אחד זה דברים שהם כבר כתובים, דאטאבייסים, message queues, web servers, כאן אנחנו מקבלים בעצם איזשהו application catalog, ולשלושת המוצרים יש application catalog שלהם, לתנזו יש את תנזו application catalog שזה חברת ביטנאמי שהם רכשו לפני כשנה, לאנטוס יש את GK Marketplace שבעצם מכיל את כל מה ש-certified ומסוגל לרוץ על אנטוס, ו-OpenShift מגיע עם Operator Hub. הצד השני של ה-workloadים שאנחנו רוצים להריץ זה בעצם כל מה שאנחנו בונים, אז אנחנו רוצים איזושהי מערכת CI/CD. אז בעולם של תנזו יש לנו את Build Service, שיכול ממש לקחת את הקוד שלנו, להבין מהו ולבנות מתוכו קונטיינרים, או תנזו Application Server שממש נותן לנו פס. באנטוס יש לנו את Google Cloud Build, שבעצם נותן לנו חוויה של CI/CD, שזה מוצר שאנחנו יכולים לחבר, כמו Jenkins, ו-OpenShift כמובן מגיע עם כל האינטגרציה שלו, עם Jenkins, Source to Image ו-Tecton. עכשיו, על מחירים אנחנו נשמח לפרט בשיחות עם Sales, אבל מה שאני רוצה להגיד, וזה בעצם המהות, זה שאין מוצר שהוא הכי טוב, והוא יותר טוב מהשני. יש מוצר שהכי מתאים לחברה שלכם, בהתאם למה שעשיתם, ובהתאם לאיך שאתם רואים את עצמכם. וקוברנטיס זה רק ההתחלה, ומכאן בעצם יש את כל העולם של מוניטורינג, סקיוריטי וה-day to operations. ואת השיחה הזאת אני אשמח להרחיב אתכם מעבר ל5 דקות האלה.
מגניב. תודה, לב.
תודה רבה.
יש עוד משהו שתרצה לספר לנו? מה קורה אצלכם?
כמובן שאנחנו מגייסים, וכמובן שאנחנו בהכי אדג' של כל מה שיש באנטרפרייז קוברנטיס, ונשמח לדבר על זה עוד.
מדהים. תודה רבה שהצטרפת אלינו. Next up, we have 24/7, Elengo, about to join us. In just a second. Hello and welcome.
Hello, Karen. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thanks for asking.
Did I pronounce your name right?
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. Perfect.
Okay. Cool. So do you have a presentation or will you just be doing a video?
I have a presentation. Are you able to see my screen?
No. So please share your screen.
Just a second.
If you can. I'll take this time to remind you that you can find all of our gorgeous sponsors on Discord. Each of them has a channel. There are competitions and there is swag to be taken. So go check out their channels. And I do see your screen now. So
Perfect.
without further ado,
sure.
Please, Rango. Yeah, stage is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. This is Ilango from Site 24/7. I'll be presenting you this session on all-in-one monitoring. So Site 24/7 is a product of Zoho Corporation. I'm not sure how many of you have heard about Zoho. Zoho is in its software business for the past 25 years with 3 different products in its portfolio, like Zoho Work Online and Manage Engine. Site 24/7 is a combination of Zoho Work Online and Manage Engine. So Manage Engine is offering 30 plus applications, monitoring and management applications on-premise, and Site 24/7 is a cloud-based, a SaaS-based product which offers 30 plus applications again. So Zoho has 50 million users across the globe, and Manage Engine has 1 million enterprise customers across the globe. So Site 24/7 is brought up with an idea of supporting the monitoring from the cloud. So we are offering the Manage Engine monitoring module under the name Site 24/7 here. So what is the use of Site 24/7? I want to show you the problem that every infrastructure, every organization is facing while using multiple tools in their environment. So Site 24/7 was brought up with an idea of eradicating multiple tools in your environment. So if you take an environment, each and every organization is using at least 10 different tools in their infrastructure. So a developer will be using a different tool, an operations team will be using a different tool. The network team will be using a different tool, and IT support. So you will be having 10 different tools in your organization, and it is an old method that you're using in case if you're using multiple tools in your organization. So the idea of Site 24/7 is to bring everything under one single console. So we are supporting a full stack monitoring solution. So you'll be able to monitor the end user layer, where you can monitor the end user's experience and how they are viewing your web page, like availability monitoring, the web page analysis. You can also monitor the user's experience under real user monitoring. When it comes to application layer, you will be able to do the troubleshooting of your APMs. Your application like Java, .NET, PHP, Ruby on Rails, or Node.js, even Python now. And when it comes to platform layer, you have the feasibility of adding plugins to any monitor. Plugins in the sense you can write a script and you can monitor any application. So you can write your plugins in Python, Shell, VB, PowerShell script, and you can monitor any applications like Tomcat, Apache, whatever you name it. And when it comes to infrastructure layer, you'll be able to monitor your servers, cloud infrastructures like Amazon Web Services, Azure monitoring, and you can also do the network monitoring as well. So we are covering all the 4 layers of your full stack, and you'll be able to monitor everything under one single console. So let me give you an idea on what is the difference between developer and operator, and how we combine DevOps here. So the purpose of a developer is to make sure that their application is working fine without any latency. They have to make sure the end user experience is perfect with their own devices, whatever the OS version, Mac or Windows or mobile devices that they are using. They have to make sure that their code, the new update or the build update doesn't downgrade or degrade their performance, and they have also make sure that the mean time to repair for each and every issues is very minimal. Whereas on the other hand, the operator's responsibility is to make sure at the end customer's perspective. So they have to make sure that their web application or their application is available all the time for their end users. And they also have to make sure that their infrastructure and its application metrics are integrated. And they have to address the end user complaints immediately, and they have also make sure the performance analytics, by setting a threshold for every attribute. For example, like response time. So if the response time exceeds, they have to receive an alert, they have to bring back the site to normal. So Site 24/7 process is to bring all these operations in one single console, so you'll be able to monitor both the developer and operator that the DevOps in Site 24/7, for let it be APM Insight or log management or server monitoring or website monitoring. So that's what we are showing here. So you can do website monitoring, server monitoring, cloud monitoring, network monitoring, app log analysis, real user monitoring, and application performance in one single window. And Site 24/7 is not just one single tool. It has the artificial intelligence capability. So we analyze every data and we will alert you whenever there is an anomaly, and you can define reports, integrate with third-party application, and receive notification anywhere, anytime. And the power of Site 24/7 is it is 3 different modules now. So Site 24/7 is a monitoring tool. Status IQ is a public status page which helps you to maintain the transparency to your end users. And Cloud Spend will help you to do the budgeting for your cloud infrastructure like Amazon Web Services or Azure monitoring. That's all from today. So every attendees will be able to get a free semi-annual pack, so 6 months package at free of cost. So you can just use a QR code and sign into it and use the plan. It'll be very helpful and it is very economical. So if you're using a tool, you will have 6 months time to move to Site 24/7 now. Thank you, everyone.
Amazing. Thank you, Elengo. Sounds like a very cool tool to have, very useful. Is there anything else that you would like to add about Site 24/7?
That should be it. So, the attendees can come to our channel and they can get to know about the product better, and we'll be happy to answer every question there.
Amazing. So they will be available in the Discord channel. And next up, we have a talk from Vittorio. Vittorio is from MySQL. We're going to bring him up now. And welcome, Vittorio.
Hi, Karen. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Also good, thank you. Although I would have preferred to be live with you in Tel Aviv.
Oh, definitely. Where are you if not in Tel Aviv?
I'm in Warsaw, Poland.
Oh, cool. I hear it's growing with tech people.
Yeah, but it is a way colder place than Tel Aviv.
Oh, for sure. It's still pretty warm here. But yeah, it's definitely colder. All right, so let's bring up your presentation.
All right.
Ready?
Do you see my screen?
Yep, take it away.
All right. Hi, everyone. This is Vittorio Shoev from Oracle MySQL. And this year, I have the pleasure to be here with you for this short talk about the hottest MySQL topics in 2020. 2020 is a particular year, but we didn't stop working. We have a lot of hot stuff which we want to bring to you. So let's get started. First off, cloud. So cloud is a big thing, and a couple of months ago, we have released our managed service in Oracle Cloud, so MySQL database service, with an addition which is called HeatWave, which implements real-time analytics. So you can see here, you can get, actually, if you contact us, you can get a free $500 trial to test the MySQL database managed service in Oracle Cloud with real-time analytics platform. This is going to be a big revolution when it comes to MySQL world, but it is not the only one. The second big topic is in the field of high availability. So we are working year over year to improve our high availability solution, which is MySQL InnoDB cluster, which delivers automated failover and automated recovery and automated conflict resolution. So this is now a very well matured solution in the field of high availability with MySQL. Then the third hot big topic is security. So we are working also to improve security on MySQL database and around your data. And the big thing about security is contained in MySQL Enterprise Edition, which allows you to get support, assessment, prevention, and detection of security risks on-premise and in the cloud. Also, a big thing, a big movement in the world, it's actually DevOps. And with DevOps, we bring you an improved and a lot of improvements in MySQL Shell. If you remember, MySQL Shell is this futuristic client which I spoke about exactly 1 year ago at this conference. And it allows to integrate with DevOps tools, DevOps methodologies, thanks to the fact that it's easy. It's done for scripting, and it's done to embed several APIs and several additional plugins. It embeds API to work with high availability, so with the previously presented InnoDB cluster, and it embeds tools which is the migration to cloud. The other very big thing is microservices. I don't know if you know that MySQL can run in microservices, so it can run in Docker and Kubernetes thanks to the official MySQL containers, which are officially supported and distributed by us. And we actually, this year was a big year when it comes to microservices, because we actually saw a lot of customers moving their MySQL installations onto microservices. So it's a good year to think about this. And this was all from my side. I hope you enjoyed this short presentation about the hottest MySQL topics in 2020. Hope to see you in 1 year time, hopefully on site. Thanks.
Thank you, Vittorio. This was great. And if anyone has any questions, you'll be in the Discord channel, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. Thank you.
So go to the Discord channel and ask Vittorio questions. So next up, we have Or Tabari from SimilarWeb. Or will be giving his talk in Hebrew, if I'm not mistaken. Let's add Or. Hi, Or.
היי.
You're live. מה המצב?
בסדר גמור, מה אני אגיד?
מוכן לשיחה בעברית, נכון?
כן, נכון, אני מוכן.
בבקשה.
אז היי לכולם, אני אור צברי, אני מוביל את הקבוצת פרודקשן אנג'ינירינג בסימילרווב, והיום באתי לשתף אתכם באיזשהו כלי שהוצאנו לאופן סורס, ובעצם על התהליך שעברנו בשביל להגיע לזה. מילה לפני כן על SimilarWeb, אז מצד אחד אנחנו חברת SaaS, מצד השני חברת דאטה, אנחנו מספקים תובנות על העולם הדיגיטלי ללקוחות שלנו, תובנות שמגיעות במידע שיש לנו על 100 מיליון אתרים שונים, 5 מיליון אפליקציות, שבגרנולריות מאוד גבוהה, שהדבר הזה מוביל אותנו לאתגרים טכנולוגיים לא פשוטים. אז באנג'סט אנחנו מתמודדים עם 1,000 ריקווסטים לשנייה, אנחנו מאחסנים ומתחזקים 10 פטאבייט של מידע, ואנחנו חיים בעולם של מייקרו-סרוויסס. עכשיו, בעולם של מייקרו-סרוויסס ודיפלוימנטים, יש לנו איזושהי בעיה. אני בעצם פה מתחיל לדבר על המוצר, אבל מתחיל מהבעיה. כולם עושים דיפלוימנטים, חלק משתמשים ב-TeamCity, ב-Slack, ב-Jenkins, תהליכי CI/CD וכדומה. והעניין הוא עם דיפלוימנטים שהם יכולים ללכת לשתי כיוונים. או שהדיפלוימנט עובר בהצלחה והכל תקין, או שיש לנו endpointים שנופלים, latency שעולה, אולי פייג'רים שאנחנו מקבלים, או אפילו support פונה אלינו. ומפה אנחנו מתחילים איזשהו תהליך די דומה ברוב החברות. אז אנחנו מתחילים תהליך של טראבל שוטינג. אז אנחנו נפתח את הדשבורדים שיש לנו בדאטאדוג או בגרפנה, ננסה לזהות איזשהו שינוי במטריקות שלנו, אנחנו אולי נסתכל על האוטפוט שלנו, של הג'נקינס או TeamCity, וננסה להבין מהבלוג מידע הענקי הזה, האם יש שם איזשהו רפרנס לאיזושהי בעיה, וגם אם אנחנו היינו פותרים איזשהו מכנה משותף, 20-30% מהדיפלוימנטים שנחשבים, עדיין דיפלוימנטים ייכשלו. אז הבנו שיש לנו איזושהי בעיה בתהליך פה. אז החלטנו לחפש בעצם כלי שייתן לנו במקום אחד visibility across כל המטריקות שלנו והדאטה שאנחנו צריכים בשביל להבין מה קורה עם הדיפלוימנט. אנחנו מבינים שאנחנו לא נבוא ונפתח את כל הכלים האלה בעצמנו, אז חשוב לנו שיהיה לנו את האפשרות למשוך את המידע הזה מהמוצרי צד שלישי, ומערכת שתהיה actionability, שגם אם המהנדסים האחרים רואים את הדיפלוימנט שלהם שהוא נכשל, אנחנו נוכל לבוא ולהוסיף שם מידע איך לטפל בזה ומה הבעיה בעצם. אז לשמחתנו, לצערנו, לא מצאנו פתרון כזה, אז החלטנו לפתח אחד בעצמנו. אז פיתחנו כלי בשם סטטוס פיי ושחררנו אותו לקהילה לפני כמה חודשים. זה בעצם מערכת שמספקת deployment visibility מעל קוברנטיס. כתבנו אותה ב-Go, React ו-Node. אנחנו נדבר על הפיצ'רים בדריל דאון עוד שנייה, נתחיל עם איזשהו טיזר קטן. אז בעצם פה אנחנו יכולים לראות את כל האפליקציות ואת הדיפלוימנטים האחרונים שקרו. אנחנו יכולים לראות את זה קרוס קלאסטרים מרובים אצלנו בסביבה. לפלטר לפי namespaceים, סטטוס או time range, ולעשות אפילו זומים פנימה. ברגע שאנחנו נכנסים לתוך deployment, אנחנו מקבלים פה מידע קוברנטיסי, ואנחנו מקבלים גם את האיבנטים שקרו. מעבר לזה, מעל האיבנטים אנחנו עושים enrichment עם טולטיפים שבעצם מסבירים מה הבעיה ואיך לטפל בהם. והדיפלוימנט עצמו מייצג אפליקציה, אז חשבנו שיהיה נכון גם לעשות enrichment של המטריקות וה-synthetic checks של אותה אפליקציה. אז ככה יש לנו חיווי איך אותו אפליקציה, איך אותו deployment השפיע בעצם על האפליקציה עצמה. נדבר קצת על הפיצ'רים, אז כמו שציינתי, זה מערכת אחת מרכזית שאמורה להציג לי את כל המידע שאני צריך לגבי דיפלוימנטים. קונסולידציה של ריסורסים שונים, אז בקוברנטיס יש לנו הרבה ריסורסים שמרכיבים מישות לוגית אחת, אז חשבנו שיהיה נכון גם לבוא ולהתייחס לזה ככה. אם אני עושה שינוי בדיפלוימנט, או אם אני עושה שינוי בקונפיגמט, ובשורה התחתונה זה פגע לי באפליקציה, אני רוצה לדעת את זה. Slack notifications, אז מן הסתם, רוב החברות הן עובדות עם Slack, אנחנו נרצה לבוא ולדחוף את זה שיש משהו עם הדיפלוימנט לטובה או לרע למפתחים דרך Slack. המטריקות שאנחנו מציגים בדיפלוימנט במסך עצמו, אנחנו מציגים את זה כחצי שעה לפני וחצי שעה אחרי הדיפלוימנט, כמובן שזה קונפיגרבילי, בשביל להראות איך הדיפלוימנט עצמו השפיע על האפליקציה. כשבנינו את זה, בנינו את זה בגישה כזאת שיהיה קל להרחיב את זה, מהסיבה הפשוטה שאנחנו יודעים שאנחנו לא היחידים שמשתמשים בסטאק שלנו, של דאטאדוג, אמזון וכדומה, ושאנשים אחרים יוכלו לבוא ולהוסיף עוד אינטגרציות משלהם, ואנחנו כבר בנינו אינטגרציות משלנו, של דאטאדוג, פרומיתיוס, פינגדום וסטטוס קייק. כל התהליך פיתוח של זה הוא היה דאטה דריבן, זאת אומרת, היה לנו מחשבות על איזה דברים יהיה נכון לבוא ולעשות, אבל היה לנו גם דברים שרצינו לוודא. אז החלטנו בחלק מהמקרים לבוא ופשוט להוסיף פופ-אפים קטנים באיזשהם לינקים, ומהצד השני חיברנו את זה למיקס פאנל, וראינו האם המפתחים שלנו באים ורוצים את הפיצ'רים האלה. אז הוספנו פופ-אפים לחבר אינטגרציה לאלרטינג וללוגים, וברגע שקיבלנו את התוצאות האלה, שאנחנו רואים שרוב האנשים באים ולוחצים על הפופ-אפים האלה בשביל לבוא ולחבר את זה, אז הבנו שיש ביקוש והלכנו ופיתחנו את זה. אז בעצם איך מתחילים? אז יש לנו את ה-GitHub repository שלנו, גם את ה-Helm chart, אפשר לעשות קלון, Helm install, ויש לכם את המוצר אצלכם בסביבה. תודה רבה, ואנחנו מגייסים אנשים מוכשרים שיעזרו לנו לפתור בעיות מורכבות, אשמח לשמוע.
מגניב מאוד, תודה אור. אני רק אומר לך לקלי, אם אתה יכול לשים לינק לגיטה בערוץ שלכם בדיסקורד, כדי שכולם יוכלו להגיע אליו. Magniv, and if there are any questions, please go to our Discord channel or we'll be there. Cool. Next up, we have תודה אור. we have Avishai. Avishai is going to be presenting Sila. And welcome, Avishai.
Hey, welcome.
We can now hear you, and you are live.
Hi.
Hello.
What's up? How's life?
It's pretty good. How's yours?
Good.
How was the
Also
keynote?
pretty good.
Did you get a lot of interesting questions?
I got a few. It's always great to have questions. Although in normal conferences, people buy you booze, you know, to get answers. So that's kind of a bummer.
Yeah. I think no one is more happy with this sort of arrangement, but we make do. So without further ado, please, your presentation is here and the stage is yours.
Thank you. So my name is Avishai Shalom. I'm a developer advocate at SilaDB. Sila is the fast, scalable, and boring database. So of course, you know, when you hear about the new database, everyone's like, great, like why are you writing another database? There's so many databases out there. You know, haven't the Jewish people suffered enough? And the obvious answer is no, Jewish people haven't suffered enough. It's a known hobby of the Jewish people to suffer. If you're an Ashkenazi Jew, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But we actually have pretty good reasons why we wrote another database. There's been a lot of new and great ideas, especially in the NoSQL and the new SQL community around the last 10 to 15 years. But it turns out that scalability and availability are still very, very hard problems, and for very good reasons. Because of the CAP theorem, we all know it's not possible to write a database that's consistent, highly available, you know, scalable and partition tolerant all at the same time. So it's still a hard problem. There's a lot of research and ongoing work on this. But not only that, database maintenance is still very, very hard. If you're running a database in production, you know, you've suffered, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But the hardware and the operational environment that we are using databases in have changed a lot in the last 20, 30 years. We now have the cloud. We're running in an environment that's much more dynamic and scalable. You know, we are using much more data than ever before, and uptime has become much more important. You know, 10 years ago, you could take a system offline for maintenance. It's not really an option nowadays. You need really high availability and all of that. So we need new designs for new databases that actually, you know, deal with those challenges. And especially, you know, performance and actually utilizing the hardware. It's not very uncommon to see applications and databases that are running like 50% utilization of servers and can't actually take advantage of all the hardware that you're paying for in the cloud. So Sila is a database that's extremely fast. What do I mean by extremely fast? It's not uncommon to see Sila servers doing over 1 million queries per second, sometimes a lot more on a single node, not even in a cluster. And it's great that you can actually utilize the hardware that you're paying for. And we are doing this in very, very low latency. It's not, again, not uncommon to see a single-digit millisecond latency, depending on the hardware, sometimes even less than 1 millisecond. And that makes your application servers work much better because they don't have to wait for the database. If you look at systems, you often see that, you know, you have many threads that all they do is just wait for the database. And Sila has predictable performance. It has a very, very nice latency curve, even on very high percentiles, which is very important because at the end of the day, the high percentiles actually correlate with user experience. So if you have flat distribution of latency, that means happy users and usually better business results. Sila is also very, very scalable. It's not only scalable as in adding more nodes and vertically scalable, scaling, it's also horizontally scalable, meaning that you can actually use bigger and bigger nodes. This is a very common limitation for most databases, that you cannot grow and to use very large nodes because of a lot of problems with multi-threaded architectures that don't allow you to use all the CPUs and disks that you have. Sila doesn't actually have those problems. We have linear scaling in CPU, and you can use very large machines, which is great because then you don't actually have to deal with the operational burden of very large clusters. Sometimes we see clients that move from Cassandra clusters that are like 100 machines or 330 machines 2 clusters that are like 5 Scylla machines or 3 Scylla machines, very, very small clusters relative to other databases. So that's great. You don't need to work that hard. And how do we do this? Scylla has what we call a symmetric architecture, where we basically shard and replicate data across nodes. This is done automatically by Scylla. Scylla is taking care of all of this. And it's also active-active, meaning that you can actually read and write from all the nodes simultaneously. There's no limitation about that. You can also do what is called a geographic replication, where you have different clusters that might be running across different parts of the world. And Scylla allows you to use both clusters, or 3 or 4, or how many clusters you want simultaneously. It's all active-active. It's also very good for resilience, because you know the cluster you're failing over to is actually working and operational because you're using it all the time. On the node level, we have a microarchitecture, so to speak, where it's known as a shard per core architecture. There's a framework that is called Systar that has been developed in Scylla that allows us to scale on per CPU. And basically what Systar is doing, it's like a mini operating system that bypasses a lot of the operating system and is doing its own I/O scheduling, it's managing its own cache. We don't use the Linux page cache, and it has no locks, and basically it utilizes every core individually. And this allows us to scale linearly across cores. So you can just add more and more cores, and Scylla just becomes faster and faster and faster. It's a very unique architecture. I highly recommend that you read about Systar and our shard per core architecture. Because Systar is open source, there's actually more projects that have been using Systar to the benefit, and it's very interesting how this kind of technology enables a new generation of high performance applications, databases. Scylla is also very operator friendly. It's boring. What do I mean by boring? No one likes a surprise in the middle of the night. Surprise. I personally have been running databases for a few years, and it wasn't fun, when a database surprises you in the middle of the night and things crash and you don't know why, and it's horrible. Scylla is auto-tuning. You don't need a lot of configuration. Scylla kind of finds the right configurations for you. It's also, we gave some talks and webinars about this. It's a really cool technology that we're using. So you don't need to figure out how much RAM you need. You don't need to figure out what the right level of parallelization is and how much memory you need to give the cache and stuff like that. We actually do all that for you, because usually the database, it can actually see the workload, and it can actually know better than you do most of the time, what to do. So you just tell it in general terms what to do, and it does it for you. It's also very resilient. So not a lot of crashes. You don't need to wake up in the middle of the night, which is great because we all want to sleep. Scylla is also universal. What does it mean, universal? It means that we support multiple APIs. We support Cassandra-compatible SQL API. So you can use Cassandra drivers if you want. We also have our own drivers, which are more optimized, but you can use Cassandra drivers. It works. It's full compatible. You can also use the DynamoDB API. We have a Project Alternator, which allows you to use the DynamoDB API with Scylla, which also means that you can run a DynamoDB compatible database off the cloud, which is kind of amazing if you think about it. Scylla can run in the cloud. It can also run off the cloud, on premises, and also it supports Kubernetes. We have a Scylla operator, which is a Kubernetes operator, which allows you to run Scylla on top of Kubernetes natively. So check it out. It's really, really cool. And it's all open source. The Scylla is a database that has been originally written by the same team that built KVM, which is a hypervisor that's basically powering all the clouds today. And the core of the company is actually people who worked on Linux kernel, on MySQL, on JVM, so a lot of open source projects. So open source is in our in our culture, very deep in our culture. So almost everything we do is open source. You can check it out in our GitHub repositories. Sister is open source, Scylla is open source, a lot of other projects that we do. It all has comprehensive documentation. We really invest in documentation. We also have something that's called Scylla University to help people learn how to use Scylla and related technologies in a more structured and fun way. We also have a community that usually meets in Slack. Check it out. So you can get a lot of help there if you decide to use Scylla or check it out. So check our community. A lot of people are present in Slack and happy to help. And also, this is something that actually runs in production. This is not science fiction. It runs in production. A lot of companies use it in high scale. So we get a lot of really cool feedback, and we keep developing and improving the product. So if you want to use Scylla, you have two options. You can download Scylla. You can download it from a website. You can install it, run it yourself, or you can use the managed Scylla database as a service, Scylla Cloud. You don't have to run it yourself. You can just log into Scylla Cloud and just boot a cluster right now. We give you a free cluster for 24 hours to test. We also have something called the test run, which boots up the cluster for you and runs automatically a load test on it, so you can actually see the results. You don't have to take our word for it. You don't need to believe me that the Scylla is fast. Just go run the test run and see for yourself how fast it can be. Scylla Cloud is full managed. You don't have to manage the servers yourself, but you can also use Scylla Cloud with your own AWS account. So if you get some kind of a discount from Amazon or whatever, or you want things to run in your own VPC on servers that you own, we also support that. You can bring your own account, and Scylla Cloud will manage the Scylla clusters for you. So this is a bunch of logos of some of our users. As you can see, a lot of really big companies that are running at scale use Scylla. We are adding more and more every day. If you want to join, you can talk to me after, or just talk to directly to ourselves, or just run clusters on Scylla Cloud. I'm going to be here in Discord all day to answer questions. We're also recruiting people if you're interested in a job as in engineering or otherwise. So you can catch me in Discord to talk about performance, jobs, distributed systems, or the cloud, or whatever else you want to talk about. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Avishai, for this lovely presentation of what Scylla does. I'm sure everyone will go visit you on your Slack and on the Discord. All right, so this was Avishai, and thank you. We're moving on. So we have a few sponsors that could not be with us today, but we are going to give them a shout out. So starting with Monday. Monday.com is a customizable work OS where teams create and shape workflow apps in minutes to plan, run, and track their processes, projects, and operations. As a web-based SaaS platform, Monday.com facilitates a more efficient and intuitive way to manage teams and organizations of all sizes. The platform connects people to processes and systems, empowering teams to excel in every aspect of their work while creating an environment of transparency in the business. Awesome. So this was Monday.com. Thank you for sponsoring. Our next sponsor that could not be here for a talk is Yotpo. Yotpo is the leading e-commerce marketing platform. It helps thousands of forward-thinking brands like Patagonia, Rebecca Minkoff, Gymshark, MVMT, Drunk Elephant, and Bob's Discount Furniture accelerate direct-to-customer growth. Yotpo's single platform approach integrates data-driven solutions for reviews, loyalty, SMS marketing, and more, empowering brands to create smarter, higher converting experiences that spark and sustain customer relationships. Yotpo is hiring for various positions, full stack data, data science, operations, in both of its Israeli development sites. So there is one in Tel Aviv and one in Yokneam. You can find them in our Discord channel. Both Monday.com have a channel, Yotpo have a channel, so you can go visit them on Discord if you're interested. And last but not least, another sponsor, that did not join us today. Big Panda. Big Panda is an autonomous operations platform that helps overwhelmed and understaffed IT ops and NOC teams detect, investigate, and resolve IT incidents faster and more easily than ever before. It's powered by open-box machine learning. Big Panda correlates IT noise into insights, automates incident management, and unifies fragmented IP operations. They're hiring, so check out their open positions on the website or go to the Discord channel if you have any questions on Big Panda. And now we are going to go back on a break for the sponsor channel. And next up, if you can go back to the main channel and the talks are starting there. You can also go to our Eventbrite page and sign up to pick up swag from different locations around Israel. And don't forget to join us for the closing session with Corey Quinn, and find us on the Discord channels, give us a shout out, say what's up, ask us questions. Our sponsors are waiting for you with a lot of cool games and awards and things that you can win, swag, which is cool.
Okay, in just a minute or so, we're going to have Liran Tal on our stage as our community sponsor from SNCC, talking about Trick or Treat, Hello Dependency Defeat. So for those that are waiting, now's the time to join us. We'll be starting on time, 4:40, so get yourself together. One more minute, and we're going to have the super awesome Liran on our stage. So definitely join us. In just a minute, we'll be getting started. Let me just hang on 1 second. So, hello there. Let me add Master Liran. Welcome, Liran, to the community stage. We are so happy to have you with us. Yeah. First of all, I wasn't even supposed to be emceeing today, but I got the distinct pleasure to MC this very last session, and it happens to be with you, so I couldn't be more pleased. So first off, thanks to SNCC for sponsoring the event and for leading the DevSecOn community. You folks are doing wonderful work there. Tell me a little bit about SNCC and in the DevSecOn community in general, and a little bit about your talk.
Cool. Well, SNCC is all about being a platform for developers. So we try to help developers, through all the ways that we know that they work on, to make them, very successful in the way that they resolve security issues. So it's anything from being actionable, right? Getting a pull request that you can merge it, letting you know exactly which package you should upgrade, which Docker container you should move to that has less vulnerabilities. So this is basically a developer-first open source platform for developers.
Super cool. So I'm going to let you take it away with your Ignite, and then we'll have a few more minutes afterwards for some chit chat and Q&A. And there you go. Take it away.
Sounds good. Yes. Well, hey, everyone. Thank you for joining me today on this Trick or Treat dependencies defeat, kind of. So hello, developers. You're building your application probably on open source dependencies. But did you ever wonder where dependencies go to die? Yes, dependencies, they die. Did you think they're living forever? Think again. Join me on this journey today. I'm going to talk about some scare and also humor stories about real-world incidents that happened with open source dependencies, some of which you probably have heard at least once, that got defeated by this open source world. So let's get right at it. First one is LeftPad. That's right. This is a story of how a legal action taken by a commercial body towards an open source developer resulted in breaking thousands of projects and their builds around the JavaScript and Node ecosystems. Among them were the Node and Babel projects themselves and the repositories that used it. So let's put something out there in context. You probably think that this is your typical team, right? You have Mary, Jonathan, and Mina there, right? This is your developer team. Not exactly, right? Probably there's someone else. There's Azar there. He is an open source developer contributing to your projects through his open source dependencies. So your development team is just a bit bigger over those three people. Actually, you forget maybe that you import probably about 90% of open source code from open source dependencies. So essentially, Azar is really a part of your team, like we said, and specifically for this team, because he wrote this LeftPad NPM module, which your team uses. Now, here's where things get a little bit tricky with open source dependencies. Azar actually has this NPM package, another one called Kik, K-I-K. But apparently that package is attached to, attracted the attention of lawyers representing the instant messaging app of the same name. Hello, surprise, there we go, we have it. Now what happens next is maybe a surprise, maybe not, but Azar obviously got this kind of a lawsuit, in the making. It started with an email and so on. But then Azar refused to rename or relinquish control of this NPM package. He has hundreds of other packages there. So what happens next? Well, NPM gets involved. NPM decides to make Azar kind of remove control of that. And so upon facing this lawsuit and the NPM organization not being able to consolidate between the two sides, Azar and this company, what happened is they did in fact move the access from Azar to this company. And so as an act of protest, Azar unpublished more than 250 packages as a sign, as he not wanting to be part of this registry of this game. Unfortunately, one of those NPM packages was this little tiny package called LeftPad. LeftPad has more than 2.5 million downloads a month, right? This is a 17 lines of code package, 17 lines of code package doing left padding of strings, but a lot of projects use it. And these fallout yank dependencies from the registry of the NPM community, causing other projects that depend on it to fail their builds because this package was no longer available. Again, projects like Node and Babel. So this is a story, right? Story number one, packages go to die sometimes. Package number two, story number two that we're going to end with today as well. Would you be able to depart from a successful code project if you were a maintainer, if it meant that your contribution actually would make the world a better place, if you would remove it from the world, if you would make the planet a better planet Earth, and the environmental footprint if you removed it? Well, this is the story. Amazingly so. That's what the next story is going to talk about, with a maintainer who was brave enough to basically put his success on the sidelines if it meant a greener world. Let's see. In 2011, Francois releases a library, PHP library called Faker, for creating fakes. These are useful for database seeding and testing purposes. But Faker grew over time. You know, we became really, really popular, as well as with other SDKs like Python and I think Node, and it has so many different support for like languages and data sets, and it really, really became big. But Faker is now a monolithic library. So even if you just need a partial data set to fake usernames, for example, in your test, you actually need to download the entire library, the entire data set of other different faking data, like zip codes, like addresses, whatever, like first names and last names, everything. You need to download all of it. So what happens, a typical use case for it is people needing to fake usually one or two things, like a locale or something like that, but they end up downloading 70 plus language-based data fakes. So how often have you considered the size of a library as a concern? Because yes, it's only 3 megabytes that you download. It's not, a big library. Even it's not going to the client side. It's just on your CIs and build and testing. But by 2019, it already seen hundreds of millions of downloads, right? And so many contributors and so many projects being dependent on it. It's really became big. But Francois had a moment, right? His inefficient library became problematic. Over the years, Faker has probably emitted more than 11 metric tons of CO2 equivalent. So being such a significant contributor to climate change killed him. Literally, well, not literally, but you know what I mean. So he actually proposed all of this. And as, what do I do next with it? Francois has decided to stop the library, stop this project from being an ongoing project, and yes, letting it die. But let's find if there's a better way of letting it die. Let it die in a good way if it's possible. So two options have emerged. One is new maintainers, right? New maintainers can maybe take the lead, maybe do a refactoring or something around it. But Francois noted in his blog post summarizing the Faker issue on the planet, had actually, he said he had a bad experience of this past library he created, an ORM for PHP, that when he handed it off, it actually, then handed off to another maintainer and another maintainer. And those new maintainers thought that the code base was, well, shitty. So they started rewriting it for a 2.0 release. But, it sounds familiar, right? Rewriting and refactoring. But then 6 years passed from that and no new release. So as with open source, forks would probably a better way as Francois wants it, because new maintainers, not probably going to make it based on his experience there. The developers offered to move Faker to a new organization, but that would lose reputation and all the stars that the Faker library has. So the other options that's on the table is just saying goodbye, which really is what happened, right? Repository got archived, no new pull requests, no new releases, continues to be available on the Composer registry until it fades away. Of course, if you're interested, there's a note from Francois. You are welcome to create a better Faker, probably going to be quicker, nicer, not need his authorization to do it. That is the beauty of open source, right? So he had noted, of course, you'll probably regret it in a few years, as open source maintainers burnout is clenching hard. So open source is great, just do not forget. What shouldn't you forget? Well, the only thing that lasts forever are dependencies? Don't think so. Love. Are you in love? Well, hopefully for you it's gonna end well, but from my age, not really as well. But cats and videos on YouTube, those are going to be, there forever. So stay safe, stay secure. If you have any questions, ping me on Twitter at Liran_Tal. Thank you for joining my session today. And that's a wrap. Sharon, I think you're on mute.
I am, and you missed my whole, what an awesome session. So let me do that again, even though I did it while muted. But yeah, that was a really great session. That was super fun. And I love the slides too. So what you're saying is that while open source is awesome, there are still some things that you really need to be wary of and be careful. And tell me a horror story that you ran into, not just like an industry one, but something that happened specifically to you.
With dependencies, right? Well,
yeah.
There's another one. Promise is one of them, which got an update that broke a lot of things as well because of the way that maintainers wanted to move fast with an ESM kind of JavaScript definitions, which didn't work really well. So I mean, those stories really happen all the time. It wasn't a lot of work on my end to kind of put this stuff together. It's really interesting to see that dependencies are great. We just need to be a bit more vigilant and do the due diligence and just stay on top of them. So yeah, that's my story as well.
And a good way to check that out is a super nifty tool that Snick created called OS Advisor. Tell us a little bit about OS Advisor.
Indeed. Go tell me about it.
You tell me about it. I'm in my community hat today.
No worries. So the open source advisor is like a register, like you'd go to NPM, but then you need to figure out if there's a community alive for it. So you go to GitHub, but then you want to figure out how many downloads. You go back to NPM. It's like back and forth. What we're trying to do with the Sneak Advisor is basically a place where we pull the data for you from all different places, from Sneak for security, from GitHub for community, from NPM for download. We put a lot of this data into place. We quantify it for you. We put like a package overall health score. And then you have all of that data to look into, and the way that we score it as well, and that gives you just one, in one place, and a consolidated view of the package overall health. So yeah, go check it out. We're happy to see, if you ping me on the score that you got from it, and let's see, what's going on there.
That's awesome. So just a quick, just in one line, because you brought together a lot of things that happened, but what would be your one best tip, if you could summarize in a quick tip, best practice? How do you know to avoid any of those scenarios, or what's going on, or where do you find your information, or what's the best way to get on top of these types of things?
Yeah, I'd say there are two ways to do it. One way is the the proactive, so the way that before you go into a package, so definitely do the due diligence for it. I know people who have actually scanned through the code, and they actually check if that code is to their liking, if it's maintainable, just in case they would need to maintain it and the maintainers would not be there. So to do that, what really helps is a Sneak Advisor to kind of let you know a bit, what's going on with the package. Is it maintainable? Does it get frequent releases and so on? So we try to do that. So that's when you choose a package or want to move maybe to a different one. The other one is, once you're in, right, you have a project, you have dependencies. At that point, monitor for it, right? You want to monitor for your project's dependencies. Sneak is a great tool for that. Later on, we're going to add all of those package insights from the advisor as well into it, probably. So it will give you all of this. If you could do things like, if a project got a score below whatever X number and you want to be aware of it and maybe change it or do something, that's your chance to do it. So, choose your packages wisely, and of course, monitor them for, security issues which might bite you in production. You don't want to be at that point.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you for finishing up our sponsor track super strong. This was a really, really great talk. Thank you for your sponsorship, and go have fun in the community. Today is the day to celebrate the TLV community.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Bye. All right, folks, this is it. We've wrapped up the sponsor track. So one more time, we want to say a big, big thank you to all of the sponsors who have made this event possible. Really, it wouldn't be possible without them. It's just a community. It takes a community is what I like to say. And so really just one last shout out to the awesome sponsors that make it all possible. As my browser crashes. 1 second, I apologize. Son of a bitch. Okay, I apologize for that. I just had a browser issue. I thought Brave was a better browser than Chrome, but apparently it's not so much better. So with that, I just wanted to just say one last big thank you to our sponsors who make it all possible. So really, I just want to give them one last shout out before we wrap up this track. Let's try it again. And name them by names: Apps Flyer Engineering, Text Insurance, Monday, Elastic, AWS, Aerospike, Big Panda, Couchbase, Vonage, Site 24/7, MySQL, SimilarWeb, Yotpo, and Scylla. Thank you so very much for your amazing sponsorship and making this event possible. Folks, there's plenty more happening in the main track, so head on over to the main track. We have the rant session with Corey Quinn coming up, and we're going to be giving away some fun prizes to those who make it extra fun. We have Hanukkah candle lighting with myself, Dotan, and Gil Zellner, or the safest kind of candle lighting we'll be able to do live with you folks to celebrate the very last day of Hanukkah. So let's do that and just enjoy the rest of the day. Join Discord. Don't forget to register and order your swag in the swag shop. This is what it looks like. One more time, let me just share my screen, show you where to do that. So you can order your swag here. You can choose any pickup point one of the pickup points that we have in Israel. And just to clarify, these are the organizing team's homes. We are taking these swag packs home with us so that we can be able to give them to you and give you some kind of a feel for an event. Even though it's virtual, we want you to come away with those stickers that you love and some small swag and some fun stuff. It's not a huge package, but it's just something to remember the event and the team with. So thank you so much for joining us, and head on over to the DevSecCon track. It's fantastic. After that, we have StatsCraft. After that, we have candle lighting. After that, we have a rant session. So don't miss out. And that's it. It's a wrap on the sponsor track. Thank you so much.